Welcome, everyone. I now call this meeting of the Bryan Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is now 6:06 p.m., and we apologize for the little bit of late start. I can't recall us having an issue before with our live stream, but we have found a workaround for that. So we want to welcome all of you to our packed boardroom. So this is a good problem to have as we get to the end of the school year and have so many things to celebrate. So thank you all for being here. If you would, please turn off the sound on all your electronic devices. And we want to welcome, first we're going to welcome Henderson Elementary for our salute to the American flag. And then we'll welcome Houston Elementary for our salute to the Texas flag. So please rise for that.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us here. You guys ready? Okay,
ready. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do you want them to introduce themselves? Yes. Yeah, that'd be great.
My name is Hamilton, and I am in 4th grade. My name is Oliviana, and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Zona, and I'm in 2nd grade.
My name is Mia Alejandra, and I'm in 1st grade.
My name is Santiago, and I'm in 1st grade.
My name is Timber, and I'm in 1st grade.
My name is Cooper, and I'm in 2nd grade.
My name is Adrian Sandoval, and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Amara, and I'm in 1st grade.
My name is Maylene, and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Annemarie, and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Alexa, and I am in 4th grade.
And now for Houston Elementary, who's going to lead us in the Texas flag.
I'm Mandy Wells. I'm the principal at Houston Elementary. Thank you so much for having us this evening. I'm now going to turn it over to Miss Gregory, which is one of their fabulous teachers, so they can introduce themselves real quick.
Hi, thank you guys so much for having us. I'll let them introduce themselves, though, because that's more fun.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Wakefield, and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, I'm Mark, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Jaden, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Quinn Hastings, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Vivian, and I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, I'm Mabry. I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, I'm Jackson. I'm in 4th grade.
Hi, my name is Terrence, and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Heidi, and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Cameron Williford, and I'm in 4th grade.
Texas Pledge.
Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Well, thank you, students. And get ready, because the grade that all of you just spouted off will not be the grade you'll say next year. It's always exciting. Okay, well, we have many spotlights this evening, but the first spotlight we have is especially special to recognize, I think it's 46 years in education. So I want to welcome our athletic director, Derek Rush, and our assistant athletic director, Josh Woodall, to the podium to do a special presentation from the Texas High School Athletic Director Association, Region Athletic Administrator of the Year for Region 6.
Ms. Carabine, members of the board, thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to recognize Coach Williamson this evening.
It's my honor to be here. I've worked with Coach Williamson now for 22 years, and can't say enough about this woman and what she's done for the students of Bryan ISD, for the staff that has had the privilege of working with her and learning from her. This summer at the High School High School Athletic Directors Association meeting, Coach Williamson is going to be recognized as the Region 6 Athletic Director or Athletic Administrator of the Year. Coach Williamson will tell you that that's a team award. I've heard her say it 100 times. I'm going to tell you the only thing about that that's a team award is that she has taught us to follow in her footsteps. Coach Williamson does a great job, and this is all about her. So congratulations, Coach.
We're not done yet. So when you look back there on the board, back on the wall, it says the legend has retired. The legend has retired. And so when you think about a legend, if you reminisce and think about people who are called legends, people who are called great at what they do, a legend is a person, in my opinion, who have had a tremendous impact in somebody's life, and also have a tremendous impact in the world. And so with that being said, it definitely gives me great honor and a privilege that on 2025, the opening Bryan High softball team opening game, that the softball field at Bryan High School will be named the Janice Williamson softball field. What an honor. So be on the lookout. I will be getting that date, specific date out as soon as we come up with that specific date as far as when that opening game will take place. But you definitely would know it. Again, what a great honor.
You want to jump in? Yes, so we will go ahead. Now, I'm going to do things a little bit out of order just so that we can go ahead and make things official. But we're going to shift to local governance. Item number 1, consider approval of the recommendation name for the softball field at Bryan High School. So with no further ado, I'll entertain a motion for that.
I move to approve the recommended name for the softball field at Bryan High School.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. McCall, seconded by Ms. Benford. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Motion is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you for everything.
We're gonna all
Oh, great. Okay.
Before we move on, and Ms. Carabine knows I'm going to say this, today at Ms. Williamson's, Coach Williamson's celebration before the meeting, one of the parents of several of her students, Ms. Goriski, Lourdes Oliver Goriski said, you know, everybody's making a big deal of her coaching, which of course was great, but nobody's really mentioning what a wonderful classroom teacher she was. And Ms. Williamson was a classroom teacher for 29 years, and she was very revered and respected, and she had many of the upperclassmen. You had to have her class to graduate. And the seniors wanted her class. They wanted to be in Miss Williamson's class. So sorry we haven't talked about what a good teacher you are, but ta-da.
Ms. Waller, I can vouch for that. So she was a wonderful teacher. I love having her.
All right, we will proceed with the celebrations. We're going to start first with our elementary teachers of the month. First, we welcome Principal Daniela Garza Ramirez from Henderson Elementary as we recognize Jessica Whiting.
Good evening again. I am delighted to announce that Ms. Jessica Whiting has been selected as Henderson's Teacher of the Month. This recognition is a testament of her exceptional dedication to her students' success. Mrs. Whiting has consistently demonstrated creativity in her lesson plans, incorporating technology and interactive activities that engage all her students. But she is also known for her ability to connect with students. Mrs. Whiting creates a supportive and inclusive classroom environment. Her approachable nature and willingness to provide extra help ensure that all students feel valued and motivated to achieve their best. Beyond the classroom, Mrs. Whiting is deeply involved with her students as she attends many sporting events and countless birthday parties. Every weekend she is somewhere. Her positive impact Mrs. Whiting has on her students is evident throughout their academic improvements and personal growth. Her encouragement and high expectation help students build confidence and develop lifelong love for learning. Her dedication and excellence make her a role model for both students and colleagues at Henderson. I am fortunate to have her as a member of Henderson. Her contributions significantly enhance the quality and education of all of our school. Congratulations, Mrs. Whiting.
All right, we're going to ask that everyone move to the backdrop, and that's where we'll take our pictures. And if folks, once you've been recognized, if you want to depart us, that is okay. You don't have to stay. We know we've got a packed house. Yeah, families are welcome to join.
Yes.
All right, we will now move to another elementary teacher of the month. We welcome our principal, Mandy Wells, for Houston Elementary as we recognize Cynthia Melton. And I would also be remiss if I did not recognize Truist Bank for supporting our teacher of the month with a gift card. Thank you.
I am honored that I have the pleasure of recognizing a truly gifted educator this evening, Cindy Melton. Her exceptional ability to build strong relationships with her students, her deep understanding of their unique needs, and the tremendous growth they achieve under her guidance truly sets her apart as an exemplary educator. Mrs. Melton's passion for teaching and her unwavering love for her students are evident in everything she does. She creates a welcoming and inclusive classroom environment where every student feels valued and supported. Her genuine care and concern for her students' well-being are the foundation of the trusting relationships she builds with each of them. This bond not only fosters a positive learning atmosphere, but also encourages students to take risks and strive for excellence. Understanding that each child is unique, Mrs. Melton takes the time to get to know her students on a personal level. She recognizes their individual strengths, interests, and challenges, and tailors her instruction to meet their specific needs. Her ability to differentiate instruction ensures that all students, whether they require additional support or need to be challenged further, receive the guidance they need to succeed. This personalized approach has led to the more remarkable academic and personal growth amongst her students. One of Mrs. Melton's most powerful teaching tools is her ability to make connections through storytelling. She captivates her students with engaging stories that not only illustrate key concepts, but also make the learning experience memorable and enjoyable. Her talent for bringing stories to life fosters a deep connection with her students, enhancing their understanding and retention of the material. This approach not only improves their literacy skills, but also inspires their love for reading and writing. Beyond her exceptional teaching, Mrs. Melton is a valued member of our school community. She collaborates with her colleagues to share best practices and develop new teaching strategies, demonstrating her dedication to the professional growth and success of her peers. Her willingness to mentor new teachers highlights her commitment to the broader educational community. Ms. Melton's positive impact extends to her students' families as well. She maintains open lines of communication with her parents, keeping them informed and involved in their children's education. This strong home-school partnership supports student learning and development, creating a cohesive and supportive network for each child. Cindy Melton embodies the qualities of an exceptional educator. Her ability to build meaningful relationships with her students, her deep understanding of their unique needs, and her dedication to their growth make her a truly deserving recipient of Teacher of the Month. Mrs. Melton is a part of our teaching staff, is a valuable part of our teaching staff, and her contributions to our school community are invaluable. And I love you.
Okay, and we're just going to keep on moving, so feel free to join folks over at the backdrop for pictures if you're part of the family or all right, next we'll move to our secondary teacher of the month. We welcome our principal, Sarah Rueda from Davila Middle School, where we will recognize Sarah Horn.
Both great names. All right, Sarah Horn is a dedicated teacher at Davila Middle School. She works tirelessly to ensure that our students see the practicality of studying English while engaging lessons that also are student-centered. Ms. Horn is someone who is not afraid to take educational risks. She is someone that can be relied on to support our students, whether it's helping with dance or leading with teacher PD. Ms. Horn does all of this with a smile and with a flair of creativity. She's our Teacher of the Month.
Whoop, whoop. Congratulations. We now welcome Ron Clary, our Executive Director of Maintenance and Operations, as we will recognize our Auxiliary Employee of the Month for School Nutrition. We want to recognize Anita Serta from Bryan High School.
It's not Ron Clary, it's me.
Oh, it's okay.
School Nutrition Services is proud to recognize Anita Serta as the May Auxiliary Employee of the Month. Anita has worked in School Nutrition Services for the past 7 years, but we hope to have her for many more years to come. In her 7 years of employment with us, Anita has emerged as a natural leader among her peers. Just last year, she was nominated and selected to participate in our in-house manager and training course, which takes place for 8 weeks as a classroom setting outside of regular work hours. In addition to being a strong leader, Anita makes her coworkers or new employees feel at ease during the day. She is extremely helpful and patient, especially when employees are rotating to a new production department or even new to the school food service. I mean, having to tell someone they have to wash and individually bag 700 fresh apples before lunch can be quite overwhelming. In addition to being an outstanding team player for back-of-the-house operations, Anita is also an outstanding cashier on the serving line. She not only excels at identifying reimbursable meals as required by the government for meal funding, but she exhibits outstanding customer service at all times. Anita always greets students with a smile and goes out of her way to be kind, caring, and understanding, especially if a student is new and has questions or does not understand what they need on their tray to make it a meal. Anita's servant heart extends beyond the workplace and into her church, where she serves on the community outreach program. As part of community outreach, she helps attend to members in their home that cannot make it to church, and she takes prayer requests. As you can see, Anita is an outstanding Bryan ISD employee with a servant heart and one that is truly dedicated to our students. She is a true asset to Bryan School Nutrition Services, and we are honored to recognize her as the May Auxiliary Employee of the Month. Congratulations on a job well done and a recognition well deserved. Thank you for being an exemplary employee of school nutrition. We think you rock.
And thank you, Sunday. All right. Next, we will move to Student Community Service Awards and Achievements, and we welcome our Executive Director of School Leadership and team, Dr. Brian Merrill.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. In following in the trend of incredible community service, we're very excited to honor some students tonight that have over 100 hours. Ms. Carabon again challenged us a few years ago to look beyond just what we're expecting the kids and putting in front of them. And so she challenged us to start a student movement. And we're following, honestly, on the footsteps of Bryan Collegiate. They've been for years having high expectations as well as graduation requirements for their students to volunteer. And so we've extended that and brought it down into our comprehensive high schools and into our middle schools. And so we're very excited tonight to recognize, unfortunately, all of them will be able to be here tonight. We have 42 students. I want to keep that number in mind. 42 students that have over 6,000 community service hours, just the 42. Wow. That's unbelievable. So, and so proud of the students. Thank you to the parents. It doesn't happen without the parental support, driving them, getting them there, making sure that they're prepared, making sure they're picked up, and instilling in them long before we even established the expectations. So we're just honored to partner with them. Now, they're representative of hundreds of kids. You've heard names about the student ambassadors. We're very excited to let y'all know that we've grown to over 500 have applied this next school year from the 4 schools, and then obviously 4 comprehensive schools in Bryan Collegiate, as well as their 100 seniors put in hours. So we're incredibly excited. If I could, I want to read the Bryan Collegiate names first. Our seniors won't be here. They're at grad practice tonight. We knew that. Unfortunately, we just, it's all happening at the same time in May, to be completely honest with you. But if you would, I want to celebrate these students. Caleb Barnett with 248 hours. If you know Caleb, he is an amazing young man. He was highlighted on the news, and Ms. Carabot pointed out today that I think he had over 500 hours through his high school career. In his 4 years, which is remarkable. Brianna Rios with 232. Alejandro Espinosa with 220. Jasmine Tatum with 205. Eduardo Romero with 180. Alana Carlos, 176. Octavio Valero, 175. Elizabeth Garcia, 160. Elizabeth Torres, 159. Celeste Balderas, 152. Angelica Chavez, 146. Kaylin Perez, 145. Maria Elena Hernandez, 130. Tressie Montedez, 126. Leah Martinez, 122. Maritza Tanzanan, 119. Stephanie Montoya, 103. And Vivian Aguado, 102. That's Bryan Collegiate seniors. Now, we have many of our students here in the room as well. Let me find my sheet. So we'll start with Bryan Collegiate. If you're in the room, if you would, please come up. If not, we completely understand. We know that they're probably out serving and volunteering as we speak. So if they're not here, we're just going to assume by the number of hours that that's actually what's happening. And believe it or not, it probably is. So Evelyn Sanchez with 227. Maria Alvarez, 162. Juan Aguilar with 119. Melanie Juarez with 108. Those are our 9th graders, y'all. In 9th grade, I was not volunteering. 227, 162 hours. The bar is incredibly high. We expect great things from them. Our 10th grade class from Bryan Collegiate is Alex Rojas at 104 hours. Danny Serta at 104 hours, and Michelle Hernandez at 162 hours. Our 11th grade group is Jacqueline Arredondo with 114. Jasmine Mauricio at 258. Marlon Lopez at 103. Maria Paredes at 164 hours. Our Bryan High School students are Trenton Gossett has 210 hours. Liliana Sherman has 160. Nani Sanchez has 104. Bailey McBride has over 100, right at 100. Brooklyn McBride, her twin sister, has 100 as well. Kaylee Boat-Calley, 110. Kyle Esco, 122. Alfredo Rojas, 140. And Breasia Robertson, 120. Our Rudder High School 4 students are Denise Lopez at 123, Jacqueline Martinez at 115, Julie Gomez at 108, and Abigail Ramirez Salazar over 107 hours. So guys, if you would, let's give them a round of applause. I'm incredibly thankful for the sponsors that made it happen and the work of our community. Once the word got out with the ambassadors and Bryan Collegiate, they just continued to request it, and we expect great things. We've recently started working with Junior Achievement, and we just expect that to even blow up even more. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the students. Thank you to the parents. We're so very proud and appreciative of the work that they've done.
Thank you. Great job. Next, we're going to recognize our Rudder High School girls and boys gymnastics. Those will be introduced by our athletic director, Janice Williamson, I believe.
It's with great pride, it's with great pride that we present to you the state qualifiers in gymnastics, and Kelly Curry and Coach Loya are going to introduce their athletes.
Perfect. So, come on up. Yeah, so once again, we are so proud of the Rudder Gymnastics team. We pretty much would say that these coaches and the programs that they put on are a powerhouse in the state of Texas when it comes to gymnastics. So we are proud, and I'm going to allow them to introduce the kids, but the amount of work that goes into gymnastics is kind of nonstop. They are down there all the time, as well as in the period, and so we appreciate Coach Loya and Coach Curry. And then one more thing, I think Coach Curry, most people maybe don't know, is retiring this year after 29 years in education. So we appreciate everything she's given to Bryan ISD Gymnastics. She came from Bryan High and then to Rudder. And so you are definitely going to be irreplaceable. And so we thank you for everything. Thank you.
So this is our tiny but powerful and amazing varsity gymnastics team, girls gymnastics team. I didn't prepare any big speech, but I definitely wanted to present these girls to you and tell you a little bit about their amazing season this year. For such a small team, this team has really set the bar high and made some extreme high scores this year. And we have 2 seniors, a junior, and a freshman. So we're losing quite a bit, hoping to replenish with our next year's team. But I want to just kind of tell you how these girls did at during the regular season. Our team scores kept rising throughout the whole year. And going into our district meet, we were planning on being most likely district champions. In the past couple years, we've been regional champions and qualified as a team to the state meet. And this year, we were all set and planned, and we're doing everything we usually do. And unfortunately, at our district meet, our seniors, Savannah Hall, suffered her ACL injury, which kind of put us on the back burner, so to speak. But that didn't stop this, amazing team from doing really well at the regional meet. And within being at the regional meet, we had 3 girls qualify individually to the state meet. And so I'm going to hand out these certificates from the Bryan ISD Athletic Department to recognize them for their outstanding achievement. So first we have Ramsey Carey, which is our freshman. And Ramsey had an amazing season. She's an all-arounder. All these girls are all-arounders. And the good thing was with Ramsey, she was able to accompany us to the state meet. And as a freshman, being able to have that exposure and experience. By the way, our state meet was in El Paso. If you didn't hear, we traveled all the way out to El Paso this year. So it was good to have Ramsey along with us so she can have that future experience. And then we have our freshman, Gabriela Vasquez. Gabby qualified individually to the state meet on vault. And she had been working really hard this year to improve her scores. And we weren't really expecting the vault because she's really more of a beam girl, but she pulled it out into the regional meet. She busted out with some 9+ scores and was able to make it to state on the vault apparatus. Next, we have junior Mabry Chavez. Mabry's an all-arounder. And she set the bar high at the regional meet, and she qualified. Were you 6, I believe, 6 in the all-around at the regional meet that allowed her to qualify to the state meet. And at the state meet, she had one of her personal all-around score records. Both she and Allie, our first day at the state meet, set their PRs for compulsory competition. And then we have senior Allison Pavanka. Allie was a silver medalist at the regional meet. She was our second place all-around region person, and then also qualifying to the state meet. She also, just like Mabry, set her personal best at the state meet. So both of these girls went in and really had a great showing. And it's a little bit harder as an individual. We're used to going as a team, but we sure had that team support and felt that we were supported by everyone, and they had a great showing at the state meet. And then we have Savannah Hall. Savannah Hall's our senior. Due to her injury, she wasn't able to travel with us after just having surgery, but she was with us in spirit. And Savannah was before going to the regional meet, or before the state meet actually, Savannah was ranked in the top 5 to 8 in the state meet. So being a senior going into the state meet and not really having that opportunity, we know she was going to do big and great things at the state meet. Just didn't happen for her this year. But the great thing Savannah has going for her, obviously, she's all wrapped up and starting the rehab and strengthening that up because she was signed with the University of Mary Hardin Baylor to be a part of their acro and tumbling team. So I just wanted to kind of present these girls to you and tell you what an amazing job they did this year. And before we move on to the boys team, I just really want to thank you, Ms. Carabine, the board, all the ADs, Ms. Williamson, our principals. We have had unwavering support from all you guys, and our gymnastics program wouldn't be what it is today without this district support. So I really appreciate it, and thank you for all your unwavering support throughout the years. Thank you.
I would like to not have Coach Curry retire. I'd like for her to stay for a few more years. Anyway, board members, my name is Omar Loya, also known as Coach Loya. I'd like to let you know what great student athletes we have at Rudder High School, especially on the varsity gymnastics team. We've had a long and hard season with many competitions throughout the great state of Texas, all accumulating to where the team qualified for state championship in El Paso, Texas. After 2 days of grueling competition, these boys were able to come in 5th place out of 12 teams. We also had some, absolutely. We also had some top 10 individual awardees on the our junior Elijah Acosta. Step forward. He was able to take 5th place on vault And then we also had Asher Rice, senior Asher Rice. He was one of the top 10 in the all-around, and this was out of more than 170 athletes. So to be in the top 10 or in 5th place really, really means a lot. I'd like to say that this was all done due to great coaching, but that would be untrue. This was done due to self-sacrifice that each of these students did to achieve this top-ranked placement. Not to mention the awesome parents and the support they gave to each athlete along the way. So it is a great honor to introduce to you the Texas High School Gymnastics 5th place team. Freshman Brady Chavez. Freshman Derek Hernandez. Sophomore Michael Farnsworth. Junior Elijah Acosta. Junior Peter Fiddler. Junior David Hernandez. Aldo Rios is also a member. He had other obligations, so he will get his award later. Senior Joe Mata. Joe will be continuing on to Blinn to continue his studies. Senior Asher Rice. He'll be attending A&M University, as well as senior Ryan Stutz. Like Coach Curry said, thank you for your support. It is awesome and well received. We understand what a great sacrifice it is for us to have this program here, and we want to make sure we keep doing you proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. All right, we now welcome our athletic director, Derek Rush, up to the podium. There he is. We will now recognize our Jane Long Intermediate School Kickstart Instructor of the Year State Award to Crystal Moreno, and recognizing Matthew Davila, our student who was invited to perform.
Crystal has done a very outstanding job at J. Long as far as the instruction that she does with the Kickstart program. And also she was selected as the national, the state instructional coach of the year through Kickstart. So we definitely want to give her a round of applause for that great excellence. We also want to present you with a certificate here, recognizing your achievement. She's going to come around and talk a little bit about Matthew right quick.
Okay. I only have one student, but I feel like I'm going to just take just as long as the previous. I mean, I can go on and on. You might have to stop me. Okay. Hello, my name is Ms. Moreno. I'm the Kickstart Kids instructor over at Jane Long. It is an honor to work for such a wonderful school that supports Kickstart and myself. I always say that teaching karate is my second job. Teaching the values that Kickstart stands for is our main focus. Chuck Norris created our program because he had a vision to teach character through karate. On my classroom board, I have a quote that says, "Be the difference." And that's what I teach the students to be, the same way that my instructor taught me when I first joined Kickstart at 11 years old. Last month, I had the honor to be chosen to perform for Mr. Norris. My amazing principal and superintendent joined me, and I managed to convince security to let them take a picture with Chuck Norris. So I know they were really happy about that.
That happened.
I was going back and forth running. Can we do this? Can we sneak them in? I was given the option to pick any student to join me during my performance, to join me on stage. I chose my student Matthew Villa, 5th grade. He just earned his purple belt. Oh. He just earned it. Yes, please do go ahead. It was a lot of hard work. I chose him not only because of his great karate, but also because of his hard work in class and dedication to do his best every day. He is also part of our Jane Long demo team, which is what I'm wearing today, our uniform, where we won first place this year against Dallas. He also placed in 2 other tournaments where he qualified and advanced to the state championships. He sets the example of what can happen through hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Congratulations. Right. Next, we will recognize Vikings Kicking Out Tobacco Symposium.
Yeah, if I could, I unfortunately left a student off for our volunteer service hours, so the 6,000 hours needs to go up by 154. If I could have Lacey Garcia come and join me, unfortunately left her name off. And I did not want to leave her, so 154 hours. I apologize for leaving you off. She's also here for VCOT, so she's double teaming it, but I wanted to give her own recognition, so congratulations. Thank you for your service. I apologize that we left you off. Now, if you know Miss PBJ, come on down, Miss PBJ. Where is Miss PBJ? Come on down. If you know this lady at all, you love this lady. She is not only a tremendous teacher and educator, but she's also taken it upon herself to just build an incredible program, VCOT, and then dreamed of not only transforming Bryan High School, but the last 2 years, we've had our second annual anti-vaping conference. It's been hosted here in the boardroom. Hundreds of students came. They prepared their own lessons. They had breakout sessions and just did a miraculous job, all under her leadership. The lessons were taken, they were given to other campuses to use in advisory programs and on Fridays with Bryan Collegiate. And so her leadership, not only in the classroom, but extends beyond that, has even propelled Rudder to have their own version of VCOT. So we expect great things. And next year, we're going to have our first intermediate anti-vaping conference as well. For any of you that know, obviously, coming out of the pandemic, vaping has become a pandemic. And it is something that we've taken on head on, and we're going to deal with and address and make sure our students are educated. So we're incredibly proud of not only the leadership of Ms. PBJ, but of the students with VCOT, and I'll turn it over to her to tell a little bit more about the organization. Come on, Ms. PBJ. You want your kids to come on up?
Yes.
Come on up, guys.
I wasn't expecting that.
Ms. PBJ, how long have you been with our district?
This is year 25.
And since you and I we were together when you got to Bryan High, and you have been always the sponsor of a club. You always have been a program creator in something to get the kids active, and I just have to say I want to thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you. VCOT was started in the spring of 2014 with 14 students that had a vision of wanting to work toward tobacco prevention. And over these few years, VCOT has had quite a few accomplishments. In 2018, we were the top tobacco prevention group in the state of Texas. In 2019, we won it again. And we were looking so forward to three-peating, but the pandemic and COVID had other plans for us. We started back in 2021-22 school year, and we took the top prize again in the state of Texas. In 2019, VCOT was successful in winning the top tobacco prevention program for the United States, and the kids got an all-expense-paid trip to Washington, D.C. So that was really great. But as far as our summit and symposium, nothing I do would matter if it wasn't for the hard work of these young people standing here before you. They were the one that give countless hours creating presentations, countless hours practicing those presentations, and getting material ready to present to the Bryan ISD students. So all the accolades really go to them, and I could not do it without them.
Thank you all for your work. Who's presenting this next one? It's got this here, and then it says Justin on the printed one.
Probably Coach Rush and Coach Garcia.
Okay. All right, we'll next move to our Bryan High School baseball accolade of Chance Crawford. And we want to welcome our athletic director, Derek Rush, and our baseball coach, Justin Garcia, for Bryan High to the podium for this very cool recognition.
I'm going to bring his player.
And this is one of those wild moments right quick as far as talking about Chance and his great accomplishment as far as 29 stolen bases. That's definitely awesome from that standpoint. So I'm going to turn it over to Coach Garcia. He's going to say a few words about it.
All right, so Chance had a special year. He stole 29 bases, but the more special thing, I guess you could say, is that he stole 29 out of 29 bases. So in baseball, nothing happens at a 100% rate, and he was able to do it. And I guess to add on to that, he was a 3-year varsity starter, so the district knew he wanted to run, and he was still able to do it. So I think it just speaks on how special of a talent and young man he is. He doesn't know this. We're able to announce it today, but he was named first team all district outfield. Yeah, so he was also nominated. And he potentially has some more awards coming his way. He was nominated for some other things throughout the state, so we'll find out in the coming weeks. But he'll be continuing his baseball and academic career at East Texas Baptist University. So we're proud of Chance, and yeah, we wish him all the best.
And Chance, I know you have many teammates here. If they would like to join you at the backdrop, that would be great too. Yeah.
And Chance, didn't your dad play baseball for Bryan?
Chance.
Congratulations. We know your dad also played baseball.
Right there. Yeah. Ruthie, we were there that night. He.
Oh, yes.
Number 29.
Didn't they give him
They
the
gave him third
base?
base. You should
I
say
know.
that.
No, you say it. You say
Okay. Next, we will move to our Bryan High soccer accolade of Christy Gorman, and we want to welcome Coach
Gibson.
Okay, again.
Gibson.
Okay, Coach Chris Gibson for that one. Welcome.
I want to say thank you to the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Carabine, for this opportunity to talk about one of our many fantastic student athletes. Our coaches, their success on the field is only a result of the many hours of work and dedication that our students put in. And for me, the hours of dedication she put in made her and us even better. It's also with the trust and support of parents and families that have also sacrificed their time, that have also been a part to make this program great. I've heard many stories from my coaches' friends that they don't always get the support they need, but I can say without a doubt in my 20 years here in the district and at Bryan High, that's never been a question. The support's been overwhelming and very supportive. We're here to honor senior Christy Gorman and the Gorman family, as they are a tremendous example of this type of support and sacrifice. This young lady has put in many hours as an athlete to make her dream of playing at the next level possible. And she's also put in many hours of dedication in the classroom to also make that success happen. Being able to balance both the academic and athletic demands, I know she is ready to move on to the next level. Christy is going to leave this program with her footprint, no pun intended, on every record that this program has. She is first in career goals, career assists, and career points. For season totals, she is no worse than 5th place in any season she has been a part of, and she only played for us for 3 seasons as she moved from Pennsylvania after her freshman year. She's also been honored as the District Newcomer of the Year, District Offensive Player of the Year. She's a 3-time first-team All-District player. She's a 2-time All-Region player for Region 2, and each year only 40 players are honored with this award in all of the 64 6A teams in our region. And that includes Conroe, Cyfair, Klein, Duncanville. So of all those schools, we were honored that she was one of those 40. This year, she was invited to play in the Tasco Senior All-Star Game for Region 2. Only 18 players were asked to play out of our region of 4A, 5As, and 6A teams total. She's planning on attending UT Tyler to play soccer and continue her academic studies. We all, as coaches, can agree having student athletes like Christy in our program make us better as coaches and make our program better, and thus will make Bryan and Bryan ISD better. She's going to leave behind a legacy and a foundation that's going to push the next generation of athlete to want to be better. So, Christy, thank you, and we're honored that you've been a part of us. Parents.
Let's say Derek, right? Okay, James.
Okay. All right, congratulations. Lots of highlights today. Next, we'll move to our Rudder High School Girls Relay State Bronze Medalists. We want to welcome our athletic director, executive athletic director, Janice Williamson, to introduce our coaches and teammates.
So we're very proud of these young ladies. This is back-to-back for them, except this year they qualified in 2 relays instead of 1. And we're going to have their coach, Wright, speak to you about them. But I think Ms. Principal Layton has a few things she'd like to add to that.
So once again, I think we're here again with the Wrights. They're kind of becoming a staple here. We all know we want to thank Ms. Carabine and Coach Carabine for making the trip to Austin, as well as Ms. Waller. Thank you for coming to the state meet. That meant a lot. Number one, you can't say enough about these young ladies. Track is not probably sometimes the most glamorous sport, but they, as far as working out and who gets the accolades, but they're out there and we see them every day out there on the track with the Wrights, practicing the handoffs over and over again, and the little things you have to do to be successful. So these ladies made us so proud this year, qualifying for 2 relay races. So it was nice to be there representing Rudder, getting to watch them run in 2 different races. We knew when we got to the 4x2, we were really excited. So they did a great job, a perfect race. We can't be more proud of them. You are also looking at leaders at the school, in the hallways. We have some people here who are 3 sport athletes, 2 sport athletes, and so Rudder can't be more proud of our relay girls. 2 of them are graduating, and then we keep 2 more. And so the other thing is we're obviously very proud of Coach Wright and all that they do. They run their summer track club, they do other sports, and then they also have been running this amazingly successful that for years has been producing state medals out of our athletes. And so we are excited this year, especially that it's coming from the girls team, and we're so proud of them. These are the first girls to medal in track at a state UIL meet, so we're proud of them from Rudder.
My little ones want to say congratulations. But the number one thing, we wanted to thank Bryan ISD. We felt like we felt the love. It was everyone was able to support us. And so we was excited when we went to the state meet and we seen so many people from Bryan ISD come and then cheer all the girls on. And so I was like, that's Miss Carabine, oh my gosh, that's Miss Waller, oh my gosh. Like I was so excited, and I even seen the Bryan High coach. And so that's like the number one thing that we really love about Bryan ISD is the community, because everybody is all for everyone, and we really appreciate that. So we want to say thank you guys so much for that. And I wanted to talk about quickly each one of these ladies. And so we have on the far right, we have Jada Harris. She's a sophomore, and she was our alternate. She's probably one of our most versatile athlete, ranging from the 100 to the 400. And then next to her, we have our senior, Charity Rayford. And so we're sad to see her go, but she ended up running just a 4x1, 4x2. We had a little bit of an injury, but she pushed through. She was our anchor leg, and she got us at 3rd place, and we were excited. And we always say we have that dog at the end, at the last leg, and she was that dog, and she showed us that. And then right over here to the left, we have Kumora Maxey. She is our junior. She is one of our other versatile sprinters, and she's one of our great hurdlers. And then next to her, we have Anaya Kelly, also a junior, one of our sprinters. So we're excited for her to come back. And she was our first leg that popped it off. And then on the far left with our daughter Harper, we have Chastity Rafer, and she's our senior, and she was our third leg too. But the one thing that I really appreciate about these ladies, it took dedication, it took sacrifice, it took just mentally, just being there and being there 100% every single day. Thank you, ladies.
Real quick, we also want to acknowledge our assistant coaches. We've got an amazing staff. All of our coaches do an amazing job just taking care of our kids, girls and boys. We've had a lot of support from the community as far as donations. They've donated chairs for our kids at track meets, donated snacks and drinks. So it's just been amazing just being a part of just the community because that's what makes it all worthwhile. And then lastly, we want to thank most definitely the parents. We got some parents here today who have been supporting from when we first got here in 2019 up until now. So we're just so grateful for them. And then Coach Williamson as well. In 2021-22 was the first year that we actually were able to have a track period at Rudder High School since it's open. And since then, we've medaled at state. Every single year we've medaled at state because of that. So we want to thank you for spearheading that and just being so supportive to our program.
And a special shout out. And one more shout out, my right-hand guy, the other Coach Wright. He's been there from day one, and he was actually, well, he's our relay coach, and he is the one that keeps me sane and then helps write the workouts and everything like that. But thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
She's putting herself.
Congratulations. Okay, now we welcome David Reynolds, who's our director of our career and technical education. We will be recognizing a series of national qualifiers, and we're thrilled to recognize so many of our state winners and qualifiers for other things, but our CTE program, if we were to do that, I think we'd probably be here for a couple of hours. There's a lot. So today we're just recognizing a few of our national qualifiers. And David, I'll just let you take it over.
Thank you so much,
long
Board.
list. Yeah.
Ms. Carabine, thank y'all for allowing us to put the spotlight tonight on some amazing CTE teachers and students who will be recognizing us or will be heading to national competitions who made it to nationals. And so we have quite a few. Some of them couldn't be here tonight. First of all, my new favorite organization is the Bryan High barbecue team. That's my new favorite. But yes, they will be heading also to national competition. They couldn't be here tonight. I think they're probably busy barbecuing tonight. But I know Ms. Carabine has experienced some of that barbecue, and maybe some of y'all have too. If you haven't, you need to do that. But anyway, first up, let's go to Bryan High Skills USA. Ms. Sharonda Williams, I believe she is here with her students. I saw her, is she?
There she is.
There she is. There. Oh, there you are on the front row. Come on up and talk about your competition.
Thank you, Board, for having us and recognizing us. This year, we had Miss Donna Martinez representing for our nail care, and she is really, really, really a competitor. And she is very talented. She's a senior this year. She's ready to start her business. She is very, very talented. You show her one time and it's done. So we are excited about her going to national. She has 5 components that she will have to compete in, which will be 2 tests, which will have her nail care, which is nail diseases and skin disorders, the whole 9 yards. Then she also have to do a professional development test, which also has to do with her character, her ability to present. She will have to do an interview. The interview will consist of basically making sure that she can accommodate a client as well as anyone else who steps foot in her way. And then the last 3 components of it will be actually acrylic nails, gel nails, and then I think the state of the art of she is so talented and artistic, she's doing Betty Boo as her actual nail design. So there's no real, she's just the sky's the limit for her. So whatever you show her, she's gonna put on that fingers, on the fingers. And also one of the things is that when we get there, she has already said all the things that she wants to be able to accomplish. And she has a personality out of this world in meetings. So we will have to wear hats because we represent Texas and everything's big in Texas. So we're excited about going to Atlanta. Her model is going to also be accommodating her, and she has beautiful hands. So she knows what it takes to compete. So we are very excited. She competed against 26 other people at state and placed first. So 13 different districts. So it's really, really, so thank you, Donna, for being who you are.
As you know, our cosmetology program is exploding, so is barbering. So, and that's a lot of that's to do with Miss Williams. Thank you for all you do, and going to national competition representing Bryan. It's going to be awesome. Good luck to you. Next up, we got our Technology Student Association. I'm going to call up Mr. Ross Baldridge. He's actually got 2 different groups going, one for TSA and one for C-Perch. So come on up and tell us if he's here. And I have to say, I have Assistant Director, Ms. Laura King up here, and Mr. Parker Nuts, and one of our CT specialists helping me out tonight.
Okay, so this is my first year as the robotics teacher at SFA, and we've got several national qualifiers at TSA this year. Levi Peterson is not here. He was part of our electrical applications team. The other half of that team is Greer Stein, right here. And then I have Shelby McKibben for career prep. Hannah McKinley for forensic applications, forensic technology. And Tyson Strong. These students prepared themselves and did a really, really good job of coaching themselves to their state competition and qualifying for nationals. Good job, guys.
I wanted to add a little bit about Mr. Baldridge. This is his first year teaching. And his first year doing TSA, and then also coming in from Mr. Kuna's classroom. And so, big shoes to fill, and I must say, having worked with him this year as a CT specialist, he's done an amazing job, and we really appreciate you and proud of y'all.
Good deal.
All right, we're going to ask him to come back up to the mic, get his picture, and then come on back up, and we're going to recognize him for his C-Perch team. We'll have the C-Perch kids come on up.
Okay, for C-Perch, these students designed, built, tested, and competed with an underwater robot at the Georgetown Regional Qualifier and came home with first place. And next week we'll be traveling to the University of Maryland to compete in the international competition for C-Perch. So I've got Eloise Barton, right here. Greer Stein again, and Luke Odeski, and Bo Dockery. And they brought a little show and tell for you guys. This is their C-Perch robot, the ROV.
Congratulations.
All right. right, next up for Technology Student Association, we have Davila Middle School. Mr. Josh Trevino and Robert Wilson had quite a bit of success this year in TSA. I have them come up, bring their students.
She thinks he just didn't put his order.
Howdy, school board members, Bryan CTE leadership, district administrators, families, and community members. Thank you for having us here this evening. I'm Robert Wilson, and this is Josh Trevino. All right. And we're the teachers of future leaders and engineers, and are the advisors of the Davila Technology Student Association, otherwise known as TSA, the second largest CTSO in the nation behind FFA. My experience in TSA is limited that I've only been in this position since January of 2023. I have an extensive background in STEM education and building programs like TSA within schools, so thanks, Josh, for having this program up and running. It was instrumental in helping me slowly acclimate to the Davila program, TSA organization, and different robotics competitions that are about in building success where success starts early. I like what we have started in a couple of years with Bryan's Aspire Robotics Expo that we had on May the 4th. They didn't listen. They were supposed to respond with May the 4th be with you. This is a significant step, and the state's most elite STEM districts have STEM programs established for our earliest learners. Bryan ISD is headed in the right direction. These are the types of steps that have already been taken by Cy-Fair ISD, Clear Creek ISD, and as the goalposts of STEM programs of excellence have been moved to now not only rank if you have an exceptional STEM program, but how they perform in some of the most prestigious competitions available. Of the competitions that we have attended, the Cy-Fair regional competition, that was pretty rigorous. Now, remind you, this is only my second time, or I've only been to this competition twice. The NASA Regional 3 competition at Clear Creek ISD. Now, they have 2 gyms dedicated to robotics, and as Lance Park and other parents can confirm, they have a wall of championship banners that span from 2002 to 2023, over 2 decades, without missing a year. The bar for these competitions are being raised significantly each year. In fact, we had a video game design team, 2 of which are here. Raise your hand. Paul, thank you. Oh, Sean. Ah, he's hiding. Okay. They finished behind a first place team from the School of Game Development and Design. Wow. That's a school that's in Burleson ISD. Because of the increased rigor and level of competition, we're honored, not only because we have as many undesignated members at Davila Middle School, from our more than 90 TSA members, 67 qualified for the state conference in April. We came back with 22 first place, 22nd, 12 third, and 26 finished 4th through 5th. Of those, we had 12 that qualified for what's called NQE, the National Qualifying Events. There we were awarded 2 major chapter awards. First place for Division III for overall points for middle school, and Texas TSA 2023 and 2024 Chapter Excellence Award. Since we've talked about state and state competitions with previous people that have been up here, state champion brings a certain connotation, a prestige to the district. We have some of those too. And with TSA, they have what's called UTE, so those events that are unique to Texas. We came in first place in drones, social media marketing, energy, power, and transportation, and technology. Wow. With that being said, our members attending nationals, our NQEs, are, for promotional marketing, coming in first place in state, Joseph Benavides. Yay. Joseph, Joseph had to create 3 digital files according to this year's theme, which was wearable t-shirt design. He had to design a bifold brochure and a short video. And when he advanced to the semifinal, he had only 1 hour to create a file according to the assigned task and theme on site and behind closed doors. Also at state, we had the robotics competition, VEX IQ. Coming in second place was Paul Ortiz.
Sean Edge, Amina Mishima, Michaela Farr, Brandon Ramirez, and Jose Perneda. Now remember, I'm on only 16 months into this position, so I'm on an exponential growth curve and learning about the different robotics competitions within TSA and outside of TSA, like VEX and Sea-Perch. So with my limited expertise with VEX IQ, these students qualified using educational kits. I didn't really know any better, just new to this position. What they went up against at state were kids that had what were considered to be competition kits. Okay? And yes, there is a difference. So I wanted to thank the CTE administration and Bryan ISD in particular for approving the purchase of a competition kit, where these kids have had or will have 6 weeks to design, build, test, rebuild, and test again their competition robot for nationals. Now, remind you, the competition they're going up against in the nation, they've had their competition robots, and they've been refining them since October on that. And so it's going to be an interesting competition. And as of late this afternoon, Davila Middle School, and most probably SFA, can add teams to the list of national qualifying events, as I received notification just over an hour ago, well, now 2 hours, that all 4 of our Bryan ISD state TSA qualified teams, and TEAMS is an acronym for Test of Engineering, Aptitude, Mathematics, and Science. They've officially been invited to the National TSA Conference. I'm sure we're going to have discussions on the possible inclusion of our team's participation in the National TSA Conference. So congratulations to all of these members on their valiant efforts. We look forward to participating in nationals.
That's great.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Truly amazing job over at Davila Middle School with TSA. You've done an incredible job over there statewide and now being participating at the national level. Next, we have Rudder High School, Ms. Carolyn Lowry, who's also competing in the Technology Student Association and going to nationals.
All righty. So the team's competition, hi, I'm Carolyn Lowry. Thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate it. And CTE as well. And the team's competition is a test of engineering, aptitude, mathematics, and science. There were 725 high school teams that participated in the initial competition, and there were 30 that advanced to nationals. It's actually international. There were teams from Turkey and Germany. So I call them my dream team. They are a dream. So we've got Fernando, Abigail, and Jackie, and they are all 3 members of our team's team, which will be going to Orlando. And then I have Jake Canese, and he is going to do solar sprint at nationals, as well as technology problem solving, which is where they give them a problem and make them make something. And then James had first place in additive manufacturing, and it is by virtue of his documentation, which is impeccable. And so James really wanted y'all to see his impeccable documentation.
Yes.
He modeled
Yes.
the Lego brick according to the exact specifications. So that was kind of a big deal, and we had instructors that were coming up and taking pictures of all of his things so that they could go back and show their kids. James is also a Texas state officer. So he will be representing Texas at nationals, and as well as all of the TSA events throughout the state. So it's a privilege to teach them, and I am blessed, and I appreciate your support.
Yay.
Oh,
Good job, James.
Congratulations to all the teachers and students. We had one more program, but I don't believe they're here tonight. We had so many events going on tonight, it's hard to get everybody here. Rudder High School and Skills USA, Mr. Justin Barrett and Elliot R. made it to nationals in website design. So they'll have a team going in website design. So congratulations, Tim. I do not believe they made it. Yeah. All right, did I cover everybody? Bryan High, cybersecurity. Are they here?
Caden.
That's it. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
All right, it's wonderful to have so many spotlights on our students this evening. Last but not least on our spotlights is our Human Resource Employee Spotlight. I'm not sure who's presenting that.
Shay Sasinski.
Shay Sasinski, there's Shay.
Hello, I'm Shay Sasinski, Director of HR, and I would like to bring Miss Carol Kuhn forward, please. So anybody that knows Carol knows her love for flamingos, so I wore the bright pink, but it has been very hard to keep hidden over in the corner.
Here I was, I thought her love was for folders, all different colored folders.
Have a folder. Well, I brought you here because we wish you well.
We can't hear you. Get it.
Sorry. We wish you well and all the joy and relaxation that comes with retirement. As you retire, know that your legacy of kindness and professionalism will continue to inspire us. Your dedication and vision have shaped the success of our team. With that, on behalf of Bryan ISD, a plaque will be honored in our HR suite with your name, and just so everybody can enjoy what we've enjoyed. We've spent the last 12 years together, so I may keep the plaque in my office for a little bit and then share with all, but we will miss you. Woo-hoo. Hey, Carol.
Okay. All right. Now that the boardroom's close to empty compared to where we started, we'll move to our superintendent update on student and staff celebrations and upcoming events.
Thank you, Dr. Harlan. Here we go. So I made it short. I knew that tonight would be a lot of time spent on spotlights, which is a very good problem to have, that we had this many amazing students and staff members join us tonight so that we could celebrate their success in our district. As this year comes to an end, it was our last chance before our students and staff disappear for summer vacation. So thank you for allowing us to celebrate so many wonderful things happening in Bryan ISD. As you can see on the photo, this is just a small glimpse of things that have recently happened. Again, just huge spotlights for our kids. You see the relay girls, you see our Special Olympics students that we just sent off for their state competition, robotics exhibition, NAMI award winners, Kickstart winners, Drums Alive, and so much more. But most impressive and very recent was the 51st annual scholarship night. I'm here to tell you this was just another great night happening right next door in our PAC. There were 245 scholarships awarded to 131 students in the amount of more than $290,000 from a multitude of donors. It's just a great night to celebrate our graduating seniors and sending them off with much-needed financial resources for that next step in their journey. And then finally, this was also very recent. It was a great day to be a Johnson Jaguar as we celebrated 50 years of excellence. It was a great ceremony. Many of the former and original staff members appeared and visited with us and celebrated, including the former principal, Ms. Carol Happ, and they dedicated a picnic area with a wall painted with a beautiful mural done by many of their staff members, led by their art teacher. So again, just 50 years of excellence. The students performed for us. They gave us tours throughout the building, and it was just another great celebration in Bryan ISD at one of our wonderful campuses. So I kept it short, but I want to end with just a save the date and a big reminder that graduation is upon us. So starting this Thursday, we can't wait to celebrate our MC Harris class of 2024 graduates. The very next night, on Friday night, we will celebrate Bryan Collegiate High School. And then on Saturday morning, we will celebrate Bryan High School and Rudder High School. So we look forward to that ultimate celebration as our kids walk that stage and earn that well-deserved diploma. So thank you again. I'm happy to entertain any questions if you have anything.
Thank you, Ms. Carabine. All right, we do have several standing committee updates, and these are board committee type updates. So we just want to make sure people understand that the things that happen relative to information that the board is getting doesn't just happen at our board meetings, it happens throughout the month. So we'll start with our finance committee update. Mr. Stasny, I believe you have that one.
Yes, I'll keep it nice and short. I think one of our focuses that will not be discussed necessarily during later in the meeting here tonight would be that we wouldn't want to we're working on communication to staff, parents, and the community about our current financial situation and how we got here. Unfortunately, there's a whole lot of misunderstanding still out there about how we got where we are and why we're in the financial straits that we are. And we also discussed how to provide as much compensation as possible to our staff without jeopardizing our financial stability. And with that, I'll just turn it over to the next one.
Perfect. Next, we have the Bond Oversight Committee, and I believe Mr. McCall's doing that one.
Yes, Dr. Harlan and I joined Superintendent Carabine, Mr. Besaw, Mr. Buckner, and Mr. Clary in a comprehensive group of parents, community members, and additional staff members that serve on the Bond Oversight Committee. Basically, I guess the first major announcement was Mr. Buckner was leaving Bryan ISD and that Ron Clary would just assume those responsibilities and not backfilling that position immediately as the 2020 bond is starting to wrap up. Progress of the current construction projects, most significantly the Ruby Halliburton Complex, including the move-in dates for May 2024, which will allow for the phase 2 of Sudbury Intermediate to start after the demolition of the existing maintenance and transportation department. Discussion included status of expenditures and funds available to date. Out of the 2020 bond, there's been expenditures of $124,382,172 of the dedicated bond money of $175 million. That makes up about 71%, 71.08% of that bond. So quarterly meetings will continue, and all of the meeting presentations are published on the Bryan ISD website.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to our City School Committee update, and Ms. Benford.
Yes, so myself, Ms. Waller, and Mr. Stasny are on that committee. The city gave an update on various projects that they have going on, talked a little bit about summer camps, some things that they're doing. We gave them an overview of the budget and where we look like at Bryan ISD and some ideas on ways that they could help us. We talked about our family and community engagement being a top priority, and that will continue into the new year. And then we gave them an overview of our construction projects that we have remaining at Rudder High School, the Halliburton facility, and Milan. So we adjourned, and our next meeting will be tentatively for July the 2nd.
Thank you. Next, we had our executive board committee meeting. This happened, I believe, last week, and David and I were able to attend that one. Ms. Binford had a prior engagement with Kickstart that was really exciting. So this was not a very long meeting, but we heard about the state of school finance, just like our finance committee also discussed, and basically how we got into this situation with the lack of funding from our state legislators. We also explored some compensation scenarios, and more about that will be presented later this evening. And last but not least was the Intergovernmental Committee meeting, which happened today at lunch. Mr. Bryan?
Intergovernmental committee meeting was today. Mrs. Felicia Binford, Mrs. Ruthie Waller, and myself were in attendance. Mrs. Binford also is the community relations manager of the Brazos County Health District. So correct me if I say anything that's out of line. We reviewed the offerings of the Brazos County Health District. It was an introduction. It was very informative to me personally. Some of the things we discussed were the numerous services that they offer to our community, the ones that could be useful knowledge to our families and individuals that are a part of our district, are that the Brazos County Health District serves our community with low-cost options for health and wellness services. Some of these services include infectious disease prevention and treatment and monitoring, sexual health and wellness and family planning, immunizations, mental health and counseling, hearing and vision screenings, and physicals. Recently, our athletic department offered $20 physicals for our student athletes, and this was due in part to a partnership with the Brazos County Health District. And so it was very informative. I think there's some options or some opportunities for our school district to align with the Brazos County Health District for our students and families. And our next meeting is scheduled on September 16th, where our discussion of the Brazos County Health District will continue.
Terrific. Thank you so much. All right, we will move into our information item this evening. We'll hear from Mr. Kevin Besaw, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, to hear our 2024-2025 budget development update.
Okay, it's been great news up till now. So Kevin, you have to just keep that positive stuff going. Can you do that?
I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best. It's funny, when we get to the really exciting stuff, everybody clears out. I don't understand that, but I guess maybe it's only exciting to me. But yes, so we're coming tonight. We've said we're going to come back every meeting until the June night meeting, when we'll ask y'all to adopt our budget. But we've been working pretty much nonstop behind the scenes and even in front of the scenes, meetings and campus visits and all of those things to try to work through some of the challenges that we're facing, not just us, but statewide on the school funding budget. As always, we're going to try to remember our budget goals. What are we trying to accomplish here? And we want to support, high quality instruction in our resources, recruit and retain high quality workforce to support that instruction. And our goal is to try to create a more streamlined and efficient academic and operations model, so that when the legislature comes back in January of 25 and works through their issues and produces some more funding for schools, that will be positioned to move on that and be able to do something with compensation and both retain and attract more high quality workforce. And we're going to maintain a healthy fund balance, which we're going to talk about that a little bit more. And then, of course, safety and security remains a top priority for districts across the state, but especially us. Just a high-level overview again. We've talked about this a little bit, but just the analogy of school, public education, finance in Texas. Each district, if you look at it as each district gets a cup, the size of that cup represents our funding for a year. And it's basically determined by the basic allotment, which is $6,160 per student. There is some additional funding for individual needs, for CTE, special programs, things like that. That amount has not changed since 2019, which is one of the issues with you. You all know we've had some inflation and different things happen since then. And the funding for each student is reduced by number of absences. So it's based on, you get $61.60 for each student if they were in class every day of the school year. And then, so we'll talk a little bit about property values, of course, have gone up. Everybody knows they're paying more property taxes over the last couple of years. But the way the state funding system works, you can see the cup on the left there, where you have the size of the cup, again, is determined by your students' average daily attendance. And so the property taxes that we receive as a district fill that cup to a certain line. So in this case, it's to the red line there. And then the state will fill up the rest of the cup. So as property values go up, property taxes increase, right? So that funding then fills the cup to the red line that's a little higher, but it doesn't change the size of the cup. The state just reduces the amount that they pay. So even though property taxes values have gone up, property taxes have gone up as well, that hasn't necessarily translated to additional funding for the school district.
And just, I'll throw in, just because it's part of our discussion, that actually this cup may have gotten a little smaller because of the attendance that kind of is still a carryover from COVID. So I think our attendance is still not quite where it should have been. So not only is the cup not getting any bigger, it might actually gotten a little smaller. That's what's really disheartening about the current system.
Yeah, yes, sir, and that's a good point, and that's not just a Bryan ISD phenomenon, that's a nationwide phenomenon. After COVID, nationwide, there's about 2 to 3% reduction in attendance in schools. So we've actually come back up. We are currently about a little over 1% below, but we've gotten back to that, and it's increasing for us slowly, but we're recovering from that. But you are correct that is one of the factors that play into it. And this is just an example of, if you see the chart there of the measures of inflation, and on the left, there's some of the things that we're dealing with. And of course, everybody's seen you fill up your fuel tank, you know that gas has increased. Our fuel costs have almost doubled in the last 4 years. Utilities, they're up, but we did a very large project to streamline. We did a state energy conservation loan to go in and do a lot of efficiencies and try to rein in the utilities costs. And even with all of the things that we did there, we still are up at 7%. Property insurance is almost 3 times what it is. It's over 200% increase, partly because of inflation and the cost of repairs for things, but also because certain insurance companies are pulling out of states and not writing insurance for property and casualty, auto insurance in states, California, Texas, Louisiana, where there's a lot of storms and fires that have happened recently. Health insurance has increased as along with everything else. But you can see the chart on the right there, you can see the size of our cup. That's our funding, represented by the basic allotment that I said before of $61.60. That has not increased since 2019. The lines on the back of the chart, you can see those increasing. That represents inflation. So you can see the inflation has far outdistanced the size of our cup or the amount of our funding. And just as a side there, down on the left side, if the legislature were to account for inflation and raise the basic allotment by that amount, for example, that would represent about $15 to $16 million in additional revenue for the district. And this one is, of course, it depicts the statewide challenges that Texas public schools are facing. Of course, we have record inflation, was well documented. We had the ESSER grants, which was the COVID relief funding that we received during COVID, and further on for there to recover from that and close the learning gap, which ends this coming year, and then no change in the basic allotment. So the 3 of those combined is extremely difficult for districts to overcome that challenge, and that's what we're working on as we move forward.
And Kevin, I just want to publicly say there have been some I guess, some stones thrown at public schools recently with regard to ESSER funding. Can you just remind us a little bit about where ESSER funding came from and what its purpose was and when it ends?
Okay. I will.
Just
Yeah,
high level,
I'll do
very
a high level,
yeah.
and then I'll let Dr. Ibarra add into it. But yeah, the basic funding came from the federal government, was put forward to essentially, when we closed the schools down, across the nation, that was meant to help us get through that, help to reopen the schools safely. So a lot of the things that the district did, we went out for just a couple of months and then came back the next year. But during that time that we were out, we used some of that funding to transition to online learning, put systems in place to be able to do that, distributed computers and things that we had, and also purchase some additional for that. Then when we did come back in the fall, there was the old PPE, the personal protective equipment, I believe is what that stood for, but the masks, the gloves, the sanitizer, the signage on the floor, remain 6 feet apart, all of those kind of things that we did for that. And then other things as far as in the instructional side, I'll let Dr. Ibarra add into that, but additional teachers and
They can both go. That way we can actually hang out together and present, right?
Okay.
So the ESSER funding, when it came from the federal government, was for an intended purpose to help reduce the gap that kids experienced as a result of pandemic and interrupted education, right? And part of that was real important to know that it's one-time funds. You spend it or you don't get it. You can't put it anywhere else. You can't save it for a rainy day. You have to expense the funds right now for the intended purpose of helping children navigate through post-pandemic educational experiences. They encouraged, and they still encourage, you to use that to retain your staff. That was also at a time where there was a nationwide workforce shortage, actually, not just teachers, but workforce shortage. And we know in order to open schools, we have to have the staff here to do so. So a lot of the funding, while we certainly used it to help the first initial moments of the pandemic, it was really spent on surviving after the pandemic and ensuring that high quality workforce and the necessary resources for students. And so you will see what districts did is they purchased different resources in social emotional learning. They did partnerships with outside agencies for professional development for their staff. They did retention stipends to keep staff in the district serving kids. It's also important to note that the federal government stepped down that funding each year, so you got lesser and lesser each year to help you make sure that you were on track to survive after that funding was no longer there, and that the campuses could still continue supporting kids, and that the state would then hopefully step in and support where the federal government funding left off. But all of those funds together were really to wrap around the whole child and the staff members and to keep people in schools so schools could be open.
Yeah,
Dr. Ibarra, may I ask, I'm building on what Dr. Harlan was saying.
Certainly.
I've read that part of our problem, the reason schools don't have money is because we have mismanaged ESSER funds. I would like some clarification on that statement because I know we haven't, and I would like to get your take on that, please.
So one of the issues I think, and Mr. Beasaw can certainly chime in, the ESSER funds we know were temporary. They weren't forever. And so you'll see that some districts, including ourselves, used it for retention stipends for staff and employees. Now, while they were one time, we think it's fair to continue those for our staff and employees to the extent that we're able to retain that high quality workforce. So I don't know that it's mismanagement from the state level. I've also heard the same thing. I agree with you.
I don't see any mismanagement is what I'm
Yes,
trying to
no,
say.
I agree with you.
Y'all have done an amazing job.
That has definitely been out there at the state level, though.
And it is very frustrating to read that, to say the least, that
Certainly.
you've mismanaged funds when we've done everything we were supposed to do, and I think you guys have done an amazing job with those funds and converting them as you're supposed to. So I just wanted to call that out.
Mr. Beasaw keeps us in line. And
So is it possible that the governor was confused?
You know,
it happens, David. It happens.
I couldn't speculate on that. But what I can say is that the funds, it was clearly marked what the funds are for, and it was to keep schools open. And knowing that after those funds were gone, I think the intention from the federal government and others was that the state would help balance what was needed after that moment, especially in regards to the inflation. Again, going back to something earlier that the board has mentioned and that Mr. Beasaw just did, if the state allotment was adjusted for inflation, there would be an additional $15 to $16 million of revenue coming in to support student learning in this district. Ironically, that's about how much ESSER was there. So that those things all together seem to add up pretty nicely and pretty neatly. But when there's not a change in the basic allotment, all of those things mean that we need a CFO who plans, and thankfully we have that.
Yeah, I asked the question because there is misinformation being spread by several high-level kind of people who I would hope would know better. So I don't know if they're misinformed or confused, but we need to be sure to set the record straight that ESSER was temporary money from the federal government to help us do the things we needed to do. I say thank God for ESSER. Had it not been for ESSER, I don't know where we would be right now without any increase since 2019.
Yes, ma'am. Agree completely.
Yes, and I'd like to add, and Kevin, you can jump in, but with the ESSER funds, because it was federal, there were strict parameters. We couldn't use just any discretion to use them. So did we satisfy all the parameters set forth by the federal government when they gave us the money?
Yes, ma'am. We, to this point, we've had no issues at all with how we used it. Of course, we'll about to start our audit this year again, but I mean, I don't have any concerns that there will be any issues with it.
No new Mercedes for everybody, nothing like that.
No,
So
unfortunately,
I think
but you know, part of the thing I'll mention is why this gets talked about and people talk about misusing the funds and that. There were districts that didn't do those kind of things. I mean, there's one that comes to mind, did I think returfing their football field or something like that. I mean, it's always something like that you know, gets all the districts a bad name because you have some that don't do what they're supposed to do with it.
They don't have to get through
Well,
Kevin Besaw.
Actually, I have Robin Trowbridge in my office, and she does not allow that at all, so I wouldn't even have the option to choose that.
We need those no people.
That's right. That's right.
That's exactly.
Sorry to interrupt your.
Well,
fabulous
and I
business.
just want to add, I mean, that's not just us sitting here saying it. This is the audits. This is the first report. These are the different reports that have come throughout the year saying that we're
And what did
meeting
we
the
score
letter
on that
and the
report?
intent.
Do you remember what we scored on that first report?
I think it was the highest they could possibly
I
get.
think it was a 100.
We did get 100.
Yeah, congrats again.
So
not too much mismanagement.
Okay,
I would
let's
agree.
all go stand over there.
Shake Kevin's hand.
We'll do that when we get the next one, if we,
Okay.
when the next report, but no, we're very comfortable with how we spend it. And I don't want to steal a thunder, but we do have an option up here, we'll address later on to talk about, you know, balancing the budget.
All right, so going back to that purposeful planning, you've seen this before and we've gone over it, but just very high level. This process started back in the spring of 2022. We know that this is hard work that has to take place over time and needs to be very purposefully planned. When the legislative session finally ended, the last special session in December of 23, we knew we needed to go a little deeper since nothing had changed with the basic allotment. So at that point, we shifted gears and really leaned into the staff here in the district and asking them to come up with solutions as well on how we could do differently across the entire system without having to make radical changes really anywhere. How can we make something just a little bit different that would save FTEs, full-time equip and sleep staff positions, and save budget dollars, but still keeping the main thing, making sure that learning is coming first, children are coming first, and that we're taking care of our staff members. You'll notice that we're coming up on the conclusion of the timeline for today, but as Mr. Besaw says, this is a moment in time, and we get right back at it after the budget has been considered. But we're coming to you this evening with some new updates. We'll come back at the workshop, and then at the June 9th meeting, we'll be seeking the board's feedback and consideration of the budget since we changed the fiscal year end. And with that, we go back to Mr. Besaw, I believe. Oh, no, I think it's me still. I'm so sorry. I lied to you. Okay, one of the things we did when we went to those staff members and we talked to them, we've said this before, I won't belabor it and go through all of this, but what can we do differently? And they asked us to go first, and so we did. Mrs. Caravine very purposefully went first. We've reduced staff here at central office through attrition. Again, as positions become available, how can we do things a little differently? We have 2 legends retiring here in this building, and for right now, we're not going to replace those positions. Maybe not forever, maybe for now, but till we navigate these waters, it's the time to do things a little differently, balance duties, responsibilities, and get a little creative with how we take a team approach to taking care of all of the business of education. And you'll see across the board there at all of the different school levels, each group worked on how they could make minor refinements, whether it be one more student in a classroom or the reduction of the additional conference periods beyond the required, which is already actually beyond the state required. Could do a little bit differently to save funding through attrition. And again, this is all through staff becoming available, retiring, or going elsewhere. We're very thankful that we are not in the same position as other schools across the state of Texas who are having very difficult conversations. Some of them are considering closing schools. Some of them are laying off staff members. We are thrilled to not be in that position because we have a CFO who helped us properly manage those ESSER funds leading into this moment.
Yeah, thank you. And we're, as Dr. Barr said, we're very grateful that we're not in that position to be having to lay off staff or close schools and things like that. So, you know, it's been a real team effort to work through this as we've gone through this process, and really kind of an eye opener for me is how we've processed through this whole budget preparation. And I just want to talk about a little bit about the fund balance requirements and the status of our fund balance, because that's really our foundation and our financial position is very important. And of course, as you all probably aware, we talk about it quite a bit when the first rating comes out, but the board policy stipulates that we should maintain between 60 and 90 days of operating funds in fund balance at all times. And if we vary from that or we get outside of that, then especially if we get low, there's implications with our the financial integrity rating system or the first rating. And it also has potential implications for our bond interest rates. When we do a bond referendum and we go out to sell those bonds, we do what's called rating calls with some of the rating agencies, S&P or Fitch. And they pour through all of our financial statements, all of the required things, our first ratings, all of those ratios and that. And we do calls with our financial advisor and the rating agencies to go through that. And that's one of the top priorities is making sure where your fund balance is and are you financially sound. So we ended the year of 2023 with approximately $38 million in fund balance, and that equated to about 82 days of operating expenses. So you can see we're in the upper third of the required range. The 2023-2024 budget included an anticipated deficit of about $4.6 million that would be deducted at the end of that year if we finished with no increases or no reductions that would reduce that deficit. So one of the moves that we did, we came back in February to the board and we asked the board to approve realigning our fiscal years. So one of the things that does is it more aligns our federal and local budgets, so they both end on June 30. It helps our operations with the school district. Instead of closing down on August 31 and when they're trying to start school, we're not trying to close the systems, and it interferes with their operations as far as getting supplies and things like that. But the other thing it does is it bolsters our fund balance. So since we will be shutting the year down in June 30 instead of August 31, you actually recognize only 10 months of expenditures, and you have the 12 months of revenue still because you have to book that for the full year. That's a one-time adjustment that we can do. And basically, what we were considering is that buys us time to go through and do the things that we've needed to do, and have all the meetings that we've had, and seek out feedback from all the stakeholders, campuses, departments, all the leaders that we could talk to, even community members and everything else. So that's where we are. Our fund balance. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up pretty quick.
So going into this evening, we have 3 scenarios to discuss with the board, and this is just a very, very high level. I won't go into the details on it, but essentially in one scenario, everything just stays the same. Nothing changes with regards to compensation or anything else. All the scenarios include that salary schedule step for teachers, librarians, RNs, and counselors. So all 3 scenarios include that. The difference being scenario 2, we're going to get into a little more detail with a potential stipend adjustment increase for 1% for a group of employees. And in scenario 3, as Mr. Besaw said, it is a balanced budget, but it does include some concerns and some consequences that we'd have to consider very carefully. So without further ado, we'll walk through those scenarios.
Okay, so as we look at this, on the left-hand side, we talk about the 23-24 budget year, which is where we're at right now. We just mentioned the starting fund balance was $38 million. Anticipated deficit was $4.6 million. And then realigning the fiscal year end is approximately $20 million, 15 to 20, but we're going to, we talk about what that may be and as we get closer to the year end. And so an ending fund balance, we're anticipating around 53 million or about 114 operating days. So you can see that places us in a position that we have some time to be able to maneuver through the challenges and make this work out. And if you go over to the next column, the 24-25 budget scenario, so we'll look at an anticipated revenue at this point, looks like about 165,753,000. Anticipated expenses of about 170 million. If you look at the ESSER positions, and this is where we start to make the transition. So you've got the ESSER positions and resources that were paid with the ESSER funds that are ending. If we transfer those to local, that's about $5 million. And then the ESSER retention stipends that we've mentioned, that's the 2% in September, 2% in December, and 1% in May. That equals about $6 million. If we transfer those over, and then the 24-25 budget savings that we're talking about anticipated. Dr. Ibarra mentioned some of those on the campus level and the administrative level, and then also some of the things that we've talked about with utilities and travel and some of those kind of things that we're cutting out or reducing. It's about $7.5 million. And then we do have, with the ESSER ending, we have a $5 million offset that we can pull back into local funds. It's basically, it's called indirect costs, but it's a percentage that's determined by the state as you look into or start into the funds. They set that statewide across all of your grants and things. It's really the cost of operating the grant and taking care of the things you need to. But that's a one-time, and of course that'll be gone this next year. And then 24-25 budget change and additions. We would add the teacher step increases on their salary schedule, the SPED therapeutic setting, which was brought to the board, I believe, last meeting, and then some staffing needs, but that's about just about 1.9 million. So the 24-25 potential deficit under that scenario would be just under 5 million, leave us an ending fund balance of 48,500,000, or approximately 104 operating days in fund balance at that point. And then if we go over to the different compensation scenarios and budget on this. We have the first scenario, number 1, is the one that we just went over. You can see starting with 53,486,000, the possible budget impact of just under 5 million deficit, and then the 24-25 possible ending balance, 48,510,000 or 104 days. And we just carried these forward just as a possibility. If the legislature goes in, they don't change anything, and we don't change anything further from here on, that would be the 25-26 where we would end at that point would be 38 million, or again 83 days, which is still within our the parameters that we want to stay in. And we put out scenario 2. This is a different option, so we would continue again the 5% retention stipends, move those from ESSER to the local. And this is adding an additional 1% stipend to the May for all employees below the pay grades of A6, T6 for a 6% total. So that's the A6 and T6 and on above is mainly your administrative staff, at campus level and at district level. So they would get the 5%. So in other words, no one would receive less than they received last year. That's the gist of that. And then the ones below that would receive an additional percent in the May stipend. The other thing that we would change on this is that no employee would have less than a $500 stipend on the September, December, and May, the 2%. Last year, the minimum on that was $250. So that would be a pretty big increase to the lower level of our staff. I think it affects about the lowest paid 720 employees on that. So that's one of the things that we heard, of course, from the board and some of the comments that we got when we went out to campuses and things that people were saying, I mean, if you can't do anything for us, at least, you know, help out our lower paid. So that would be an option to do that. And that gets us, of course, again, starting with the $53,486,000, it'd be a little over $6 million deficit budget to end with about a $47 million fund balance, or about 101 days. And again, carrying forward to next year, if nothing changed, no legislative action, we don't make any other changes, which we don't think that will happen. I mean, that's, you know, either one of those, I mean, we're going to continue on to work on streamlining and getting more efficient with everything we've done now that we're kind of getting a feel for it. I think it's something that we definitely will keep working on. And then there's scenario 3, which we mentioned a little bit before, about the misuse of the ESSER funds, and people can't balance their budgets because, you know, we did things that we shouldn't have with that. But in this one, we don't continue the retention stipends, which we can do. That's, you know, by law, we could do that. We don't add any additional pay or compensation for anybody across the board. And then do the cuts that we've already talked about, or reductions that we've already talked about working on. And so that would actually leave us with about a $23,000 surplus in the budget and actually increase our fund balance. Now, we're not recommending that one because there's a lot of things that go into that. We're walking through talking about making people or asking people to do more with less, not filling some positions, you know, stretching that, rebalancing, reallocating duties and that. So, and you know, that would be balancing the budget on the backs of our valued employees. And I don't think that's something that we wouldn't recommend. I don't, you know, that we could sure discuss it if that was something, but I don't think that's an option with what we're looking at. But we just wanted to put that scenario in there to say, you know, we could do that if we wanted to and if we had to. So.
And one other thing on that one, it does put us over the 60 to 90 day recommended, right?
Yes, ma'am. And that would be another thing to look at is, you know, we've done all these other things to get to the point where we can still do some compensation and some things. And so then we would really be just sitting on an excessive fund balance and not, you know, not doing right by the employees would be how I would phrase it.
Sure.
So I don't think that was one that we would recommend.
I think it'd be worth repeating and maybe also explaining that when you're changing the fiscal year, that's not I wouldn't call it a gimmick, because some people might think it's that. It is what gives us an enormous, I would say pretty enormous bounce in our fund balance because of going from, it's actually going to be a 10-month, or that's how it's going to work,
yes,
basically.
We're moving from August 31 to June 30.
And I think everybody's so used to seeing the federal government, other folks playing games with us on various things, that they might think, well, we're into the game playing business. I just don't see it that way. I think that this is rational to switch it over. It is a one-time only. We're going to be very careful, obviously, with that money. That's part of what this is about, because if the legislature does do what they should do, of course, then we're going to be over on the recommended. It's going to be 101 days if we go with scenario 2. So I guess I can say that. I don't know if there's anything you can add to that this is certainly not smoke and mirrors or a gimmick. It's something that's pretty sound accounting practice.
Yes, sir, and I would add to that, as you said, it's a one-time move, and that it's allowed for districts to do for various reasons. I mentioned a couple of the other things that helps, but it does help bolster your fund balance. the districts in the state, there's approximately, when we started looking into this, there's about 300 of the districts, and there's a little over 1,000 districts in the state, so about 30% are already on the June 30 year end, and many of those did so back in the 2010-11 year when the state took what was about $4 billion out of school funding then and forced a lot of districts to do the same kind of thing that we're doing now, just to be able to, and again, as I say, I think to me the best analogy of it is just to buy time, to make good decisions and work through this as we've done and are continuing to do, so that we are not just making rash decisions and having to do cuts and things that would not be good for the district and would hamper our instructional capability and that whole process. So it's you could say it's a gimmick, I guess, but I mean, I don't think so. We're using it as a viable business plan to move forward and make good decisions.
We're certainly not using that to go on a spending spree. We're just trying to survive.
Correct. That's essentially what we're doing.
So this is a different little look at the three scenarios, but essentially, again, the teacher salary schedule steps, which applies to counselors, RNs, librarians, et cetera, that's included in all three scenarios. So those teachers for the next year of service get a step in the salary. That's included in all three. Scenario one is just everything stays exactly as it is this year, with the retention stipends moving from ESSER to the local budget to fund them. And you see the anticipated potential deficit with that scenario and the remaining fund balance. Scenario two, same as scenario one, with the difference of that additional 1% being added to the May check to make it 2% for those employees below A6 or T6, and ensuring that the workforce who is at the lower end of the pay schedule receives a bump in pay as a part of these stipends, atypical to what they saw this year. So instead of a $250 minimum, it'd be a $500 minimum. So they felt the relief and as well as the appreciation moving into that. And again, an associated deficit budget with that would be possible. But again, the remaining fund balance, as Mr. Besaw said, due to the shift in the fiscal year end and truly also because of the good practices going up to that, which already had us in that right range for fund balance. And then scenario three is the balanced budget scenario, but again would mean a difference in pay for all staff members from this year as compared to next year, and certainly has some concerns attached to it. Any questions?
And just as a reminder, this is information. We're not acting.
Yes.
We won't act on this until June. It's food for thought as we consider moving forward.
And so we can bring you refined options back at the June workshop and then get more feedback before we come to the June meeting for consideration.
Right, and this is still absolutely a work in progress. These numbers have not been adjusted for some information we got late Thursday evenings. We still have to add that in. There were some other reductions that came, and we're still looking through many of those things that we've talked about. So it's definitely a work in progress, and we'll continue to move forward with it.
I do want to elaborate. I'm proud, especially in light of the misinformation about school finance in Texas right now. I am proud of the fact that we could balance our budget, but we also are very aware that inflation has hit everyone's pocket right now. So we want to keep that in mind and do everything possible to help our employees combat that inflation. And with that, the scenario 1 and 2 was born. So we appreciate any feedback that you have. Our parting message with that is that we care about our employees. Our most valuable resource in this district is our human resource. And more than ever, asking them to do more with less as we adopt a leaner, more efficient operating model. I think it's very important to send a message to our staff that we care about them, we value them, and we want to invest in them with compensation. So thank you to Kevin and his team for finding a way to balance the budget, and thank you for the board listening to us throughout the months as we got to this point.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I mean, like I've said repeatedly, I do appreciate all of the work, and as we talked about in our meeting, it is important, and like Ms. Carabine just said, we are asking everybody to do a little more. And so I think, and Mr. Stasny would agree, he and I are probably the most against any kind of deficit budget. That doesn't that makes us extremely nervous. But we do need to honor our hardworking employees. I mean, they make us, they are us, they are BISD. So I just want them to be aware that we are aware that we're taking, obviously, looking at a deficit budget, but it is to thank them for their hard work and to reward them for doing the extra work, taking on the extra student or two, doing more with fewer employees, and they need to be thanked for that. And I hope that the public understands that we don't take considering a deficit budget lightly, but we also don't take having a great staff, teachers lightly, administration lightly either. So, it is, and I'm glad y'all put that in there. It's important to show we could balance a budget. It could be done. But like we said repeatedly, it would be at the cost of our valuable employees, and I absolutely would be against that. So thanks again for all the work you guys have done on this. It's very much appreciated.
But once again, I'm going to take exception when you say that you and David are the only ones that want a balanced budget.
That's the only reason I said it.
For the first 2 years, I fought for a balanced budget, and we got to a balanced budget. The problem is when you have a balanced budget and too high in the fund balance, it's really not a balanced budget. It's taking advantage of employees, as been pointed out. There's a magic number you need in fund balance, and that's guaranteed there. But if we're not gonna, if it's over and we need to spend it down at some point in time, the best thing that we can invest in are our employees. And so there's no reason to sit there and have a balanced budget to look good on paper and then come back and have to spend fund balance on something that's not our employees. Let's treat our employees respectfully, correctly, and if that makes some magical line that says that the balance of the budget is negative, but we're going to actually use fund balance to cover that, that's one of the things fund balance is there for when it gets over. That's probably one of the best things we can spend fund balance on are the employees. And so, David, you talked about tricks, and it's not a trick, it's not a gimmick, but sometimes how we're forced to lay stuff out makes it look like we're in a lot worse shape than what we know we truly are in. I mean, we know that we have money to cover, it's called the fund balance. We have excess fund balance. And I'll just repeat it one more time, let's spend it on our employees.
Yeah, I think the other challenge is what's sustainable, right? So if we think about our own finances at home, if we have savings but we're spending too much every month, dipping into our savings, that eventually that runs out. That's not sustainable. So I think that's the real concern as we look at our entire state, is that the districts that are well positioned to weather the storm can do that for a little while, but there will come a point where we will break. While other districts are not well positioned right now for a variety of reasons, some of no fault of their own, right? But if we were facing a $128 million deficit budget, that's staff. All of us are sitting on about 85% of our entire budget on staff. So it's just really hard decisions down the road. So I'm grateful that we're not in that situation, but I do worry that our state needs to do something. We've now been through another legislative session where there were no changes to public education finance, and that's a scary scenario.
Yeah, it's very frustrating that a lot of people look at this as a political thing, and there goes that crazy school board again, just whining and wanting more money. This is, in my view, even though to some extent it's become political, this is not a Republican and Democratic issue. This is about public schools, and there are plenty of representatives and folks on both sides of the aisle that know how valuable public schools are. But it's unfortunately turned into another divisive issue in this state and probably the country as a whole. So I hope that those out there that maybe actually see this or hear about what we're saying will try their best to use their influence to try to change the way this is going with regard to the divisiveness. Anybody that knows the history of public schools in Texas knows we're not a bunch of wackos, and they know we're doing an incredible job with especially the kids that really have no place else to go. You can say all you want about charters and certainly private schools, and there really aren't, it's just not realistic to say, well, they can just, with vouchers, can all go wherever they want and everybody will be happy. It's not going to work that way. Nobody even seriously thinks it's going to work that way, and most definitely private schools do not want all the kids that are in public schools right now, especially the ones that we are so challenged to educate. So I can't help but say that one more time, that this is not a Republican Democratic issue. This is a public school issue. This is one of the greatest inventions, in my opinion, that was ever created. It's caused me to spend the last 34 years of my life trying to support it. So please don't just say, wow, I guess we'll just wait and see what the legislature is doing. Please, anybody that hears this, think about it, ask questions, get the real story, and please support public schools, including Bryan ISD.
And I would just like to say one more thing as well. While we're on our soapboxes, I'd like to take issue. No, I'm just kidding. I just love Mark always takes issue with them. And then agrees with me for the most part. You know, that's
what I'm saying. You're not the only conservative member on this board. You try to make it sound like there's only two and the rest of us are not. That's not true.
Somebody has a chip on their shoulder. So sorry, Mark.
What
I would like to remind everyone, and I know you guys have done a good job, and y'all have the little cup, is to remind the public that no matter how much our property taxes go up, I find myself repeating this to good friends of mine over and over and over, and they don't seem to understand. It doesn't make sense mathematically. If our taxes double or triple, it would make all the sense in the world that the school district would see way more money coming in. And that's what I keep having friends of mine tell me. Well, y'all shouldn't have any problem, you know, we've got so much more in taxes coming in. So I think it's extremely important to remind the public that no matter what our property taxes do, as y'all point out, the cup is from the state, and it just means we get less from the state as it goes up. So property taxes have nothing to do, the amount of property taxes have nothing to do with the amount of money, the total amount of money that a district gets. And I just want to remind everyone, because I keep hearing that over and over and over, that why are we having money challenges with the increase in property taxes?
Yeah, and that's a fairly recent situation, because prior to 2019, it used to be that way. I mean, we did get additional revenue when the property values and taxes went up, but 2019 House Bill 3 changed how they calculate that, and so it set it at the state sets the amount, and then it just splits it between the property tax, and the state then pays the rest.
Okay.
Which is interesting if you correlate that with the increase in the rainy day fund. Yeah. You do the math. Any other questions, comments, soapboxes? Okay.
Thank y'all for indulging us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll now move to citizens' comments. Citizens may make comments about topics relevant to district business. Topics should be limited to 3 minutes. Comments concerning specific students or personnel will be heard in closed session. Do we have any comments, Ms. Lee? Thank you. There being none, we're going to move into, we've already done our local governance item. Next, we'll move to our consent agenda. And as a reminder, any board member can remove an item from the consent agenda for us to discuss in the open meeting if you would like. But if there are no concerns, then I would entertain a motion.
Dr. Harlan, I move approval of all the items listed on the consent agenda.
Can I make just a comment without removing it? Because I just want to make a comment. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. All I want to say is that my understanding is the Kickstart is basically should not be looked upon as an add-on. It really provides experiences for kids that we'd be having in some other class, and then we'd be paying for teachers to do what Kickstart or something similar to Kickstart. So I just didn't want anybody to think that in this, especially with our very tight budget situation, that that's not an add-on.
I appreciate that. You're correct, and it satisfies a PE requirement. So it's a very popular program that serves a very productive purpose.
It's not a frill.
No. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Ms. Binford. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The consent agenda is approved. We will now move into our items for discussion and our action on our regular agenda, starting with business services. Consider approval of a contract for Phase 1 of elementary campuses priority renovation projects. We welcome again Mr. Kevin Besaw, our Assistant Superintendent in Business Services, and our Executive Director of Maintenance and Operations, Ron Clary.
On May the 9th, bids were received as part of this 2020 bond project for elementary interior renovations. Over 600 invitations were sent out for these bids, but we only received 3. But I am happy to say that the 3 are local companies. And I'm also happy to say that the bid that we are recommending did come under the construction budget of about $50,000. So the company that we are recommending is Merrick Brothers at $3.7 million. Like I said, with the construction budget that we set was at $3.75 million. The work will be done at Bonham, Bowen, Branch, Houston, Johnson, Jones, Mitchell, and Navarro. Next summer, we'll have another round of work to be done. We do have to work around summer school, so we can't do every campus every summer. I mean, we can't do all campuses at one time, so it does have to be split up. We'll be doing work such as replacing drinking fountains, doing work on interior restrooms at several campuses, and that work will start May the 24th, which is this week, and with a completion date of August the 1st, or substantial completion of August the 1st.
And just as a reminder, this is coming out of our 2020 bond funds, and it was designated for this purpose.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
I move approval of the contract to Merrick Brothers Construction LLC in the amount of $3,700,000 for Phase 1 elementary campus priority renovations as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. McCall, seconded by Ms. Binford. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion is approved. All right. Next, we will consider approval for purchase over $50,000 for cafeteria pass-through units at Jones and Bryan High School. Again, we welcome our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services and our Assistant Director of School Nutrition, Sandra Baxter.
Yes, thank you. This is another project we're going to try to work through, get done this summer, but it's for the pass-through units at Bryan High Silver Cafeteria. These are original with the building as being 25 years old. I can't believe that silver is 25 years old, but it is. And so I'll let Ms. Baxter explain exactly a little bit more about what these are. The other one is at Jones Elementary. So, and those units are outdated and replacement parts are no longer manufactured, so that's becoming an issue. And all of this is part of every year, or at least it seems like every year, food services had an excess fund balance. Sunday has run a tight ship over the years, and that's the one thing that she gets written up at, is having too large a fund balance. So this is part of the approved excessive fund balance plan. They have to submit to the Texas Department of Agriculture a plan to spend down that funds and how they're going to use that. And so this is part of what has been approved by TDA in that approved plan.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you probably don't have to give us a long hard sell on this. I'm thinking you're going to get a lot of support for this, but you go ahead. I don't want to.
And I assume we did the of course bids on everything. I knew we were just perfect.
Yes. Okay, just to give you a little idea about what a pass-through unit is, when the food is prepared in the kitchen and transitions to the serving line, it is held in a pass-through unit. And so it's either refrigerated or it's heated. And those are where the prepared food sits while it awaits the opportunity to be served to the students.
Yeah, we did have seven bids submitted on this, and it's a fairly specialized, of course, restaurants kind of thing with that. But we had seven bids on that, and the one that is being recommended here, commercial kitchens, was both the high score and the low bid. So
That's always nice.
so that's a good.
That doesn't happen often, does it?
Correct.
Okay.
I predict that, I predict that all three of these conservative people right here are going to favor.
You know what, I would move approval of the purchase for pass-through units at Jones and Bryan High School to commercial kitchens in the amount of $146,624 as presented.
Second.
In honor of Sunday, I second too.
Okay. Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Gonzalez and second by many, including Mr. McCall and Ms. Waller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
I didn't want Mark to vote against it, so that's why I jumped in there.
Okay. All right, the board will now convene in closed session and discuss the following items as allowed by Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.071, .0821, .074, and .087. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussion in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 8:26 p.m.
the motion.
Very low key, yes, sir.
Oh, man.
All right. The board reconvened in open session at 10:23 PM. Oops. No action was taken in closed session. We will now hear a motion.
I move approval of Mrs. Sandra Baxter as the Director of School Nutrition as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. McCall and seconded by Mr. Stasny. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you.
Discussion, but I didn't.
And we will now adjourn.
I didn't think I'd get any.